Welcome to Kev'd Up Codes for 90 days, and we are on day number 28 of 90 days of web development. So on Tuesday, we did day number 27. That was for doing a HTML review. Getting ready for the exam that we have on Friday for the Free Code Camp certification. So that's nice. We'll do that. I'm thinking that we'll probably not show the exam on screen. I'll probably just put something up over place of it, and I'll talk about my reasoning and stuff, but I won't be like pointing out the actual verbiage of the question. I'll try to rephrase it, or I'll try to say like what the question's about, so that I can kind of just not like give away their exam. But I also want to show people that it's, talk about what it is, what it covers. Okay, so today, gotta get my page up here today. So on, why is this not working with the hover? Is that? It's not working on hover? Come on. So let's see. We did a review of CSS Animations as well. We did basic HTML, elements, boilerplate, the basics, attributes, IDs and whatnot, and then semantic HTML using the kind of semantic dividers that break up the document into kind of things that a screen reader would look over you. So you can like you can have sections, you can have a main section, you can have a you can have a main part where you have sections inside of it. You can have a header. You could have sections inside the header. You could have a nav bar inside your header. You can have a nav bar outside of it as well. But there's the footer element and stuff. So lots of stuff there. HTML tables and forms. We covered that. HTML accessibility. Briefly touched on that. That's a practice that I need to do. I think on I should always be trying to do from the beginning. But I think I need to go through a actual process of taking a HTML page that I made and making it accessible, going through and adding things in. And so that's a whole process that I want to maybe do. Computer basics, and we did the computer basics and stuff too. I don't know why this is not going on hover. Computer basics. Ooh, that stuff. So we got a quiz on animations that we'll finish today. Why is this not working on hover? Why is that? Why? Like, why? Why, Gov? Oh no. Okay, why is that not working on hover? And what's going on there? Computer's been acting very strangely after... Oh, it's because it's not in read mode? It was... Oh my gosh, okay. Oh, God. Oh my God. Ooh. Having a slow start to today, as you can see by the late start of this stream. So, responsive web design, continue learning. We want to go through the CSS Animations quiz, and then we'll do the review after that. So let's get the Pomodoro timer up. And set this up here. Say reset session. There we go. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. So to pass the quiz, you must correctly answer at least 18 of the questions. Question number 1, what is the purpose of the transform property in CSS? Set dimensions? No. Change the visibility? Not really. Apply visual effect? No. You want to modify the position, size, and shape of an element? Sounds right. How does the CSS animation direction property affect an animation? Ooh. Specifies if no, that's not that one. That's duration. Defines how an animation should play. Yeah. Forget what it was though. Like what possible values you could give that property. The animation direction. It was like forwards, backwards or something. Was that what it was? I couldn't see anything like how it affected anything. I didn't understand how it affected anything. And controlling the iteration count will allow you to make it run multiple times. So if you want to make it run 3 times, you'd set animation iteration count to 3. Which CSS timing function makes an animation run at a consistent speed from start to end. That's linear. The keyframes at rule defined in CSS. So that controls the stages of the CSS animation. What's the purpose of this? Oh, wait, we're not over here. Hang on a second. There we go. Oh my gosh. Just so I'm not with it today. What is the purpose of the translate X function in CSS? It repositions the element vertically. No, repositions horizontally. Which of the following is not a potential concern with CSS animations? We want to, concerns are, can enhance user experience. Oh, gosh. So they can enhance user experience? No. That's not really a concern, right? So I think that's probably the answer. Users may find them distracting. That could be a concern. Overuse can lead to poor performance. Yeah, with the browser. Yeah, you are you know, it's more things for the browser engine to calculate and compute and stuff. So it's gonna make your CPU have to do more things then. Which of the following is not a potential concern with CSS animations? Right, okay, yeah, so they can, that's, okay. Where is the keyframes rule, or at rule defined? Wait a second. Oh, gosh. Within a class definition? So you don't want to have it within a class definition. You want it, so at the top level outside of any CSS selectors. So top level meaning, you know, hierarchically, like you don't nest it inside of anything else. Which CSS property allows you to pause and resume an animation, which I still don't understand the point of, because they didn't give any good examples of that. So whatever, we'll have to we'll maybe find some way to do that. Pause and resume an animation. Windows play state. What value should be assigned to the animation name property in CSS? So the name of the animation defined by at keyframes, right? When you define a keyframe at role, you are, you know, you giving it a name, so it's almost like a function or a variable that you're referencing. So what is this at keyframes at rule do to the animated element? So before even looking at the options, we can parse this here. So at 0%, so at the start of the animation, the start of the the timing, we're gonna have our element start from negative 50 pixels from where it is in the document flow, or where it's currently positioned. And then by the end of that, we want it to be moved to 100 pixels to the right. So in total, we're moving this item left to right from over the span of 150 pixels, right? So moves the element horizontally from negative 50 pixels to 100 pixels relative to its starting point. Which CSS property defines how an animation progresses over time? Progresses over time. How an animation progresses over time? I think what they mean is the movement between, you know, frames and stuff. So the rate at which it moves from one frame to to the next, and whether or not you want it to be linear means that it moves from one frame to the next at the same rate for every single, movement. So the animation, what was it? It was the function, right? The animation function. Is that what it is? The timing function? I think it's the timing function is what does that, right? I think it's the animation timing function. Then which CSS property is used to specify that an animation should take 5 seconds to complete? Of course, we talked about this before, the animation duration of 5 seconds. So what does 50% represent in the following CSS at keyframes rule? So at the midway point, is at the middle of the animation, when it is, halfway through its duration, we want the element to be moved at 25 pixels to the right. So it's specifying like what happens at the middle of the duration. So it's the halfway point of the animation there. So what will happen when the property transform translate X 200 pixels is applied? We're going to move the element 200 pixels to the right. Well, will the animation behave, or how will the animation behave if iteration count is set to infinite? Well, it's just going to keep repeating indefinitely. Yeah, there we go. Which keyframe selector specifies the starting point of an animation? That's going to be the 0%. What properties can be specified using the animation shorthand CSS property? So the first thing you give it is usually the name of the keyframe rule. The second thing I think is the duration. The third thing is the timing function, and the fourth thing is the iteration count, and then there's other stuff, and I don't even remember what else you can do with it. I think you can maybe add the delay as well after the timing function, or after, yeah, I think after the timing function is where you put that. So name, duration, and delay. Well, we know that we can access the iteration count as well. So by by default, then the all animation properties. Which CSS property is used to apply an animation defined by an at keyframes rule? To apply an animation. So the property that we're looking for is animation or animation name. but animation, right? Which CSS property allows us to set a time before the animation begins. That's the animation delay. And I think we nailed this one, so I think we're good. We got 20 out of 20 correct. So we're feeling good about this, about animations. We feel good about HTML, I think, and we're gonna fly through that exam tomorrow. We're gonna do the CSS review here. So reviewing basic concepts. So what I did on Tuesday was feeling a little bit overwhelmed with it, but I don't think I need to. I don't think I need to feel so overwhelmed. I think that I can be a bit. I think I can be a bit more relaxed with this. I don't need to. So these are review items, right? These are review items. So review items. Design fundamentals. We can take it step by step through here. So anywhere there's a book here, we know that we have the we have to give this a new page, a new file here. So what we'll do, so we're done with the animations, then we can check that off. And okay, so I think we're good. Editing everything. It's gonna be a lot. So we're gonna go little by little. We know that we can just take it piece by piece. And by the end of the day, we'll have reviewed everything. And then hopefully there's some time left to look at that CSS grid chapter of whatchamacallit. I don't know why I need to have these things. I'm so fixated on this. I need to have it like this. It needs to be like this. I don't want these expanded. I don't know how to unexpand from there. How to collapse them. So we can collapse the entirety of the HTML chapter. Then all right, so we can take this little by little. We do have the CSS basics or the CSS review full page there, but we can take it little by little and we can go by each of these things here. So we can do stuff like this. So I'm going to copy that. We're going to open up the CSS fundamentals. Oh, I missed the fundamentals page, but we do have the lists, links, and borders. We're going to open up all of these, actually. Wow, there's a lot to get through here. It's much more than the HTML, isn't it? Maybe we won't have time to do everything. There is a lot of material here. Okay. So, lots of stuff to get through. Animations, grid. Did we go all the way over to here? Fundamentals. So we don't have the fundamentals. We have to add this one. And then, so this is CSS. And we'll add that there like that. How can I search for like the start of this thing and the end of this? I can just look for open sandbox and then go to the end of this. And so I'll just do that. Okay. And then from there, I can go to the home of that. Select the entire thing. Escape, or backspace, HTML. I don't know why it did it like that. That's so odd. It's very weird looking. Okay, and I think that's good. And then I just need to get rid of the other stuff. Okay. Oh, gosh. Just editing. Just lots of this, huh? Lots of select all. I wish that I could delete everything there. I wish I could use the regex for this. But since like some have one or two, others have the others. So let me do it like this, I think. Oh wait, is it Alt? It's Alt. Is that gonna work? I can at least select everything like that. Okay, and then I think that did it. All right, so I think we're good there. Okay. So we'll go little by little through that. Fundamentals we'll get to as well. Let's add CSS. And we'll add the fundamentals from there as well. So go up to here. Fundamentals review is what we need. We need the fundamentals. I think we feel pretty good about this, don't we? There are some things we need to review, but I think we feel pretty good about this. So, select everything there. Click on Alt, select everything there. Alt, select on everything here. Alt, and select on everything here. Alt, select on everything there. Careful there. Okay. And that's it, huh? That's it. And that's it. So we'll backspace. We'll do an HTML there, down there. CSS. There we go. Oh shoot, I hit escape by accident, but I think that's fine. I think it's fine. We'll just do something else from there. When we get there, I guess we'll add it there. So let's get through this here. So fundamentals review, CSS basics. What is CSS? Style sheet language used to apply styles to HTML elements. CSS is used for colors, background images, layouts, and more. Basic anatomy of a CSS rule. So this is a CSS rule. It's made up of two main parts, a selector and a declaration block. A selector is a pattern used in CSS to identify and target specific HTML elements for styling. A declaration block is used to identify and target specific HTML elements for styling. A declaration block applies a set of styles for a given selector or selectors. And so when I come back, we'll take a look at more of this CSS fundamentals review. Okay. So the meta name viewport element, well, this is in HTML though. So that meta element gives the browser instructions on how to control the page's dimensions and scaling on different devices, particularly on mobile phones and tablets. Okay. It's interesting. So are we saying that the... Oh no, here we go. Going down a rabbit hole again. Let's go... So the viewport value for the name attribute of a meta element gives hints about how the viewport should be sized. If specified, you define viewport-related behaviors using a content attribute in the meta element as a comma-separated list of one or more values. So, meta name viewport element has the following additional attributes. The content attribute must be defined and its value sets various viewport-related behaviors. Its value is a comma-separated list of one or more key value pairs specified as key equals value. And the following keys are defined. You have width, which controls the minimal or the minimum pixel width of the viewport. See the viewport width and screen width. It can be set to a positive whole number of pixels between 1 and 10,000, like width equals 600, or to the special value device width, which is the physical size of the device screen in CSS pixels. This value establishes the value of the VW unit. Then the height controls the minimum pixel height. So you can set it to a positive whole number between 1 and 10,000, or to a special value device height, which is the physical size of the device screen in CSS pixels. This value establishes the value of the view height unit, the VH unit. Interesting. So what happens with a browser then, like on the desktop then? Because we didn't have to specify that stuff in order to render this like stuff properly, it seems like. Initial scale defines the ratio between the device width and the viewport size. It can be a number between 0.0 and 10. The maximum scale defines the maximum amount to zoom in. It must be greater or equal to minimum scale, or the behavior is undefined. Browser settings can ignore this rule, and iOS 10 Plus ignores it by default. It can be a number between 0.0 and 10.0. Minimum scale defines the minimum zoom level. It must be smaller or equal to the maximum scale, or the behavior is undefined. Browser settings can ignore this rule. User scalable is a Boolean indicating if the user can zoom the web page. Browser settings can ignore the rule. So disabling zooming capabilities by setting user scalable to a value of no prevents people experiencing low vision conditions from being able to read and understand page content. Additionally, WCAG requires a minimum of 2x scaling. However, the best practice is to enable a 5x zoom. Interactive widget specifies that the effect that interactive UI widgets such as virtual keyboards have on a page's viewport. It can be the keyword resizes visual, resizes content, or it overlays content. So resizes visual gets resized by the interactive widget. This is the default. The visual viewport shrinks then. Resizes content means that the viewport gets resized by the interactive widget. Well, what's the difference between the visual viewport and the viewport? The visual viewport, the portion of the viewport that is currently visible is called the visual viewport. This can be smaller than the layout viewport. For example, when the user has pinch zoomed. The visual viewport is the visual portion of a screen excluding on-screen keyboards, areas outside of a pinch zoom area, and any other on-screen artifact that doesn't scale with the dimensions. So, if I'm to take this, if I'm going to understand this, I think it's saying that you have, if you put a on-screen keyboard on top, so that like it would reduce maybe the height of the viewport, or not reduce the amount that you can see. Let's say that. Reduce the amount that you can see of the content or the page itself, that there's a element that's overlaid on it, right? And then the visual portion, so we're excluding the area of the on-screen. So we're saying that the visual viewport, the thing that you can actually see, behind the elements like the keyboards and stuff there. So the viewport size then would shrink. Is that right? Whereas if the layout viewport would be different then. So it's like, okay, I think that's what's happening there. Resize content means the viewport gets resized by the interactive. Yeah, I don't know the distinction here. Layout viewport. Is it just called the viewport? Why is this so complicated? Overlays content. Neither the viewport nor the visual viewport gets resized by the interactive widget. So those are some choices to make, though, right? Okay, this is something to keep in mind. If I'm making an interactive page. When the viewport gets resized, the initial containing block also gets resized, thereby affecting the computed size of viewport units. Right. Okay. So that's curious. I would have to play around with that stuff. Viewport fit defines the viewable portions of the web page. Can be one of the keywords auto, contain, or cover. Auto doesn't affect the initial layout. Viewport and the whole web page is viewable. Contain, the viewport is scaled to fit the largest rectangle inscribed within the display. And then cover is the viewport is scaled to fill the device display. It's highly recommended to use the safe area inset variables to ensure important content doesn't end up outside the display. All right, this is there's so much to go on here to. Oh my gosh, that's a big rabbit hole here. Oh look, they show browser compatibility at the bottom here as well. Viewport Chrome, no. Chrome Android. So this is mainly about mobile devices. Right, that is okay. That's something else. Each HTML element will have the default browser styles applied to them. It usually includes items like default margins and paddings, inline, internal, and external CSS. Inline CSS are styles that are written directly within the HTML element using the style attribute. And so here's some example of inline CSS. There's actually no CSS with that, actually. Okay. So as luck would have it, you just style it within the HTML, which is considered bad practice. Although you do see it with a lot of frameworks that will do that, where people want to override what a framework has done, and they'll put it to the inline there. These styles are written within the style tags inside the head section of an HTML document. Can be useful for creating short code examples, but usually you will not need to be using internal CSS. So you write a style, in between style tags inside of the head section. Not usually the way we do it. We usually link to an external CSS file using the link element inside of the head section. So for most projects, we use an external CSS file over internal. Right? Working with width and height properties. Width property, property specifies the width of an element. If you do not specify width, then the default is set to auto. Oh no, I went all the way down there by mistake. Min width specifies the minimum width. Max width specifies the maximum. We've worked with all these things throughout this. Worked with the height property. The height is auto by default, which means it will adjust to the content inside. Min height property. Yep, just like the min width. We have a max height property. Different types of CSS combinators. CSS combinators. Different types of CSS combinators. So we had a descendant combinator, which was used to target elements that are descendants of a specified parent element. So we had a space separating those things. We have the child combinator, and that will select all elements that are direct children, that they're not children of children, they're direct children, they're not grandchildren, they're not anything but the direct children. Container P. So we have the greater than sign for that. The next sibling combinator, which don't use very often. Very frequently we will see that. The plus sign there. So you select an element that immediately follows a specified sibling element. So if you're looking, you target something within, and then you want to find its, you know, the thing that's right next to it, which or the thing that immediately follows it. And then we have subsequent sibling combinator selects all siblings of a specified element that come after it. So you can select all of them. So you can select one. And so what is the difference then if we were to look at this? Not really the best example here, because if we use the plus, it's the same thing, right? So better to use the list item, right? If we do, although, let's see. Doing an advanced thing. I don't know how to do this. Let's do a first child, and then we'll do first link element, subsequent things that come after the first link. Oops. Wait, it's not that one, right? It's not that. I think the better example here is to add another paragraph. So that's all subsequent. This is the first one, right? There you go. Because this is nested out. This is outside. So if you put that like inside the container, of course it's outside the container. It's not going to get styled, but just a better example, I think. Inline block and inline block elements. So inline level elements only take up as much width as they need and do not start on a new line. These elements flow within the content, allowing text and other inline elements to appear alongside them. Common inline elements are span, anchor tags, and image elements. I feel like I should know this stuff. I feel like I should understand whether or not an item is inline, or whether or not it's block, or whether or not it's inline block. Generally, I just don't care, and I just override whatever I want with it with CSS layouts, right? Like either a flex layout or a grid layout. So normally I just don't care, but if we want to minimize the amount of CSS that we're using, probably should know this, right? And we don't have to do anything that's redundant. But I feel like, okay, so I feel like we do have a pretty good handle on like the things that they showed us here. Span, anchor, and image elements. We know that those are inline. The block level start on a new line, take up the full width available to them by default. Structuring across the width of their container. Some common block level elements are div, p, and section elements. So it's the block elements that we really are concerned with when we're using layouts. Inline block level elements. So I think this is why we use lists when we have our nav bar, because anchor elements are inline and they're not actually at the block level. So I think you handle them slightly differently. You can handle them slightly differently. Then putting them inside of a list item then makes them block level elements that you can, I guess, more easily style and manipulate. Inline block level elements. You can set an element to inline block by using the display property. These elements behave like inline elements, but can have a width and a height set like block level elements. Margin and padding. Margin is property used to apply space around the element between the element's border and the surrounding elements. Padding is used to apply space inside the element. And we've learned this for the box model. It's this is one of the big takeaways from this. This is probably one of the most important concepts in designing web pages these days. With modern browsers. Margin shorthand can specify 1 to 4 values to set the margin size. So we usually do use 2 kinds of syntaxes, at least what I was using, was either use or actually 3. So we either give all the elements the same thing. We give the top and bottom and the left and right their own things, so there's 2 entries, or we give a 4 and we define each side. So when I come back, we'll talk about CSS specificity. Looking at the World Cup tables. So US is already in. There's no, like, Turkey can't do anything. They can't win or anything. Is that what's happening today? Is that playing today? Are they playing today? No, they're playing on Friday, which is... Oh, no, it's later. It is later tonight. So that is... Oh, gosh. Wait, 7 hours difference. Oh my gosh. Why can't I do math right now? Why can't I do math? 7 hours difference is -5, right? So -5 in the clock arithmetic here, adding 12 to that is oh my gosh. Wait, if you just add 12 to 2, it's 14. 14 minus 7 is... Oh, it is 7. It's 7 p.m. That's why I was tripping up. I can't do math right now. My brain is fried. I'm so done with this, like, CSS stuff. Oh my gosh. Overloading my brain. And I really want to get into Football Manager for some reason. I'm playing a thing on my phone. Senegal and Iraq is tomorrow. Okay, so today, yeah, tonight. So we have 3 groups. We have group E, F, and D playing today. So I guess, wait, that's 1 o'clock is going to be Ecuador, Germany, Curacao, Ivory Coast. Fun. And I think Germany's already in. Let me see if that... We need to split table this. I wish they would let us put this, like, side by side. Just need to see the... Okay, so... Oh, it's increasing the entire thing, but that's fine. That's actually okay. So... Group D, right? Group E. We're looking at Group E. Oh yeah, Germany's already in. Ivory Coast are playing... Who? Ivory Coast is playing Curacao. Big game. Big game right there. Big game. Ecuador beating Germany, they'll be in because they'll have 4 points. Basically, they'll be de facto in. I don't think they're going to beat Germany. But what else? The F group is playing today. Netherlands, Tunisia, Japan, Sweden. Huge game. Huge game. Japan's basically in with 4 points and a pretty solid goal differential as long as they can hold Sweden. You know, hold Sweden within a goal. They're basically in. They're fun to watch. They're really fun to watch. Love the Japan team. Netherlands and Tunisia. Netherlands should rout them. They want to win to of course guarantee, but they're basically in too. Tunisia has no shot though. they're in trouble. Okay, so Group D settled except for Australia wants a win here. Yeah, Australia wants a win. That's a big game. Australia, Paraguay, big game. Massive implications. Ivory Coast, Curacao, big implications there. And then Japan and Sweden. Those are the ones to watch today. All right, and wait a minute, something happened here. Okay, so we're on to CSS specificity, inline specificity. Inline CSS has the highest specificity because it is applied directly to the element, so it overrides any internal or external CSS. The specificity value for inline styles is 100. Right, so inline styles override everything. Internal CSS specificity, internal CSS defined within a style element in the head section has lower specificity than inline styles. Both internal and external CSS share the same specificity level, which is determined by their selectors, not their location. So internal CSS being, styled within the style element, inline always overrides the other stuff. And so external CSS specificity, you can override that. You can override this though with internal and external CSS by using the important property, I believe. Or not the property, but it's yeah, I think they'll talk about that. Has lower specificity with inline styles. External CSS is linked via a link element in the head section and is written in separate CSS files like internal CSS. Its specificity is determined by the selectors used. When two rules have equal specificity, source order determines the winner. The rule that appears later in the document takes precedence. External CSS provides the best maintainability for larger projects. Universal selector is a type of CSS selector that matches any element in the document, often used to apply a style to all elements to the page. Can be useful for resetting or normalizing styles across different browsers. The universal selector has the lowest specificity value of any selector, contributes to 0 to all parts of the specificity value. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So when you use the universal selector, specificity of 0. Type selectors target elements based on their tag name. Type selectors have a relatively low specificity compared to other selectors. Specificity value for a type selector is 0001. Class selectors are 0010. ID selectors are 0100. The important keyword is used to give a style rule the highest priority, allowing it to override any other declarations for a property. When used, it forces the browser to apply the specified style regardless of the specificity of other selectors. But what if it's defined as important twice? Then who wins? Should be cautious when using important because it can make your CSS harder to maintain and debug. I would imagine that inline styles, I think, would win out in that thing if you put an important flag on the on an inline style. This is basically locking it in. That's got to be really bad practice then, because then you can't override it. Cascade algorithm, an algorithm used to decide which CSS rules to apply when there are multiple styles targeting the same element. Ensures that most appropriate styles are used based on a set of well-defined rules. So the process by which styles are passed down from their parent elements to their children is CSS inheritance. Allows you to define styles at a higher level in the document tree and have them apply to multiple elements without explicitly specifying them for each document. So we already did that. We don't need to check that off, but I'm going to go back and look at links, lists, links, backgrounds, and borders. Review this here. Styling lists, and I think in the middle of our review, since we want to focus here, but I also want to have a little bit of fun here, so I'm going to do some I'm going to do some of these LinkedIn games real quick. Should only take a couple minutes, really. Generally don't care about the speed, or I mean, I generally don't care. I don't know what I'm saying. Forget that. 8, so we're kind of locked in here with 8 there, which means we're locked in there, and then we're locked in there. Gotta be locked in along the horizontal for these, for that, and for that one. Then we're locked in with that, and we're locked in with this. And then we have to have that one, although, wait, no. 4 up and down there, this there, 2 that way, 3 that way, there we go. That's patches. Patches are Burlaban. Okay, and then we'll do zip. Zippity doo dah. We gotta go around here. We gotta leave some space for getting to around here. Oh my gosh, what a weird way to go around here. Oh, shooty magooty. Okay, wait, no, we're not dead. There we go. We forgot to fill that space. Mini Sedeka. 2. We can't place the 2s? 2 up and down here in this corner, in this 4 block. 4s. Use the 4s. 1 there and there. Okay, no, we can't help with there. No. What? What's happening? Wait. What can we place? The ones in the 2s. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5s. Wait, no, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 5. Oh no. Okay, wait a minute. 1, 2, 5, 3. 4 and 6. So we need a 4 and a 6. So we don't know. Oh gosh, what is happening? 1 in here in this. 1's in this way. 1 is in there. 2 is down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right here. There's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 6. So we need the 5. 1, 2. No. 1, 2, 3. No, we doubled up there. Oh my gosh, does this help at all? 6 is going to be blocked off here. 6 is up in here. Or here, or here. 6 in there or there, 6 in there or there, and then so that means that 6 has to be here. Yeah, okay, 6 has to be there. 3, and 5, so 3 has to be here, 5 has to be there. Okay, we're moving on. 1 and 2, so 2 has to be there, 1 and 2. The 2s were in this little box here, right? 2s were in that little box, so then we have that, and then the 1s were in this little box, so 1 has to be there. And then wait, no, 1s were in this box. 2's were in this box. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. We still don't have that, but we do have a 5 there. 5 taking out here. So we have 5 here. We have 5 taking out there. 5 there. Can place the 5s? Yes, we can. Can place the 5s. 3 and the 4. Why am I so slow at this today? 3 and the 4. 3 and the 4. I can't see that. 4 and the 6. Still nothing there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 comes out over up here. 4 and 4, and then 4. 4 there. Okay. 1 and 3. 1 and 3. 3 here. 1 there. 4 and 6. 4 there. 6 there. 3 there. Does that settle us here with the 4 and the 6? The 4. Oops. 1 there. 1 there. 3 and the 6. 3 and the 6. Well, we have 3 here, so we have to have 6 here. 3 there. 4 there. 6 there. And 4 there. Okay. Wow, that was hard. Harder than I was expecting. Or harder than I was making it out to be, I think. Because I'm not very good at those things. Using the rules here, so we know that this has to be like that. That there, and then we have the... Oops. That there, that there, that there, there. There, there. There, there. There, there. There, there. There, 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 and there. Ooh. Crushed it. Oh, wow. Destroyed. Oh. Oh, Osama, Tango mogged you. Let's see. Yeah, these 2 there, 2 there. We have 3 things to do there. No, 2 here. So we have that. Okay, so we can place the blue and that, and then we can place the yellow. That, and then take out that. So then we have the green placed there, and then the 2 and then the 3. Although, wait a minute. Okay, so the orange is there. That's there, that's there, that's there, and that's there. Slower than I was hoping. Got Queen's mogged by William Gardner. Serving vessel for sauce or gravy shaped. It's a boat, right? And so play as a drum is to beat. The beat goes on. Sound from a microwave after cooking is complete as a beep. Bearded farm animal is a sheep. No, a goat. Red edible root is a beet. The beat, the beat, beep, 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 like that. There we go. Compound word meaning to defend scoring area in a match, in a sporting match. Wait, the goal. Goal keep. Geel keep. Geel keep. Geel keeper. Pinpoint. Tanganyika. 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 Is that what you call it word? A Hindi word? Tanganyika. Are these fruits? Don't know. No. Baikal? Oh, these are lakes. Okay. And then we need to do the wind because they don't post it up on there. Where are the other games? They haven't quite made it to the whatchamacallit. I'm following it, and yet I don't get any, like, I don't see it. I don't see it there. Spiral. Something itty. Antiquity. quantity, some crack, ion rack, maybe just rack, caution, weights, something, a toy, okay, and then so, auction, there we go. Okay, that took longer than I was hoping. Okay, now we can get back to focusing. Just got to give my brain a little treat to keep it going here. Line height property. Let's go with this here. Line height property. So this property is used to create space between lines of text. Accepted line height items or values include the keyword normal, numbers, percentages, and length units. Let's move this over to quizzes, actually. List style type property. Yeah, line height. We know what line height is. List style type, we did that. Property used to specify the marker for a list item. Acceptable values can include a circle, disk, or decimal. Example of a list style item here, so you can change the marker. That's pretty cool. Square. I wish you could like give a custom thing. Can you give it custom stuff? Can I just do like book? No? You can! Look at that! That's so fun! You can give a space too. Look at that. It's fun. Book style type there. That's nice. I like that. It's really fun. Really cool. List style position property. This property is used to set the position for the list marker. Can only two acceptable values are inside and outside. Here's an example showing the difference between inside and outside. Inside baseball, outside baseball. So really, like, you have to put some text here. Oh, we can actually, inside of the list, we can actually put a paragraph element. That's fun. Like that. Then we can do shit like this. Oh, that doesn't work. Margin 0, padding 0. Do I need a space in between the things? No? No? We did have examples of inline styles, right? Yeah, we are using that, right? Right? Oh no, it's not equals, it's the other thing. Durr, I am not correct. Of course, it's the key value pairs. Right. All right, we gotta take a break. There we go. Back. Here, we're here again. Looking at the different... where are we? No, we're not here. What are we doing? We're not there. We're over here. That's why. Oh, gosh. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to write, like, all the things that we have open. Interestingly. I'll close that. Maybe I can get this back. Let me see. So CSS Animations. Oh, you know what I could do? Let's just go into here. Look at what's in here. CSS color, CSS stuff there. Oops. Go back. I don't know what I'm doing. Ah, okay. Oh, where are we anyway? We list style position. We're there. List style image. Oh, the image of the. So you can just set it with the list style thing there, but then you can also set a list style image where you can specify a URL. Okay. Use the URL function. Could you also use SVGs for that? I feel like you could, right? Common cases to use that. What about list style image with whatchamacallit? With SVGs. Yeah. Yeah, I think we might have done this with SVGs. Probably want to use them as scalable images. So you can have those custom little elements there. Spacing list items between spacing list items with margin. Tell them merge, sent ya. Margin, merge. Largen. So we know about this stuff. We know about margin bottom. We know about that. Styling links. We've touched on this. We could know a little bit more. You know, you have the links. You have whether or not it's been visited. What to do on hover, right? How to show on hover, and when you hover over an item, we've done that. Let's see. So you use the hover, and these were pseudo classes, right? Pseudo classes is the single colon there, when the double colon indicates that's a pseudo element, not a function. So although some pseudo elements could be functions, I think maybe pseudo class. The active pseudo class. We've used that a few times. We've used that on active while you're actually clicking it. Got that there. And backgrounds and borders. This is something I probably need a little bit more a little bit more practice with. I don't actually show the styling of this one, so if you have that by default. Oh, this is actually... Oh no, never mind. They're styling the background image there. Okay, and then here's an example with the contain. Using CSS, but it's really CSS inside of HTML there. I don't know why they decided to do that. Background repeat property. We looked at that, so don't repeat it. And setting a min height, no repeat, contain. If you set repeat, background repeat, background position. You can position the background image. This goes back to the days of GeoCities, setting your background image. Remember, that was always fun. Always fun. Like even styling your MySpace page. What's the background property? Background is shorthand for center top, no repeat URL. So it's a shorthand for setting all of the background properties. So center is the positioning, background image, background position. And then, let's see, top is the positioning, the vertical positioning, so horizontal and vertical positioning. No repeat is whether or not it's going to repeat, and then it's the source or the URL, right? So the background image. Border top, border right, border bottom, border left. We'll look at these. We also looked at a different syntax for that, which I found was a little bit easier to understand. Is like setting border width. You can set border width, and you can define it on all four axes, on all four sides. And you could set the border type or border style. Is it border style or border type? I forget. Forget whether or not it's border style or border type. So it's shorthand for width style. So I think it's style and then border color. So I do like doing, let's see if we can repeat this, because the border style here. So we can repeat this, like rather than doing border topped. So to handle border width, what we could say is that on the top, or the... Does it go top, right? Yes, it goes top, right, bottom, left, right. Border style can be solid, solid, dashed, dotted. That's the same thing. Border color, we can set blue, red, green, and orange. I do like this. So if you're changing everything, it depends on like the number of things that are different, I feel. So there is also this syntax that you can use. So there's multiple ways to do the same thing. The border shorthand property, we know about this. We have pretty good experience with doing that, with using this a lot. We use this so many times. There are a whole bunch of other stuff that other things you can do with, you know, the style of border. I do find it interesting. You could also set a gradient, I feel. Now you can do that. You set a linear gradient or a radial gradient for the border. I don't remember how we did that though. I thought we did. So linear gradients we did look at. Wait, where's border styles? Oh, wait a minute. Border radius we missed. Yeah, we missed border radius, so let's just put that here. Interesting. What did I... Cute, relaxing cat. That. Wait. So I think it's just the CSS thing we need to move up there. We just need to redefine this as HTML. Oops. Get rid of that. And there was some other CSS thing. Right, okay, and then this one here. Okay. Alrighty, so they're setting all that. So they're saying class solid border. You could just set all divs to have 10 padding, right? It's a way to do that as well. So I feel like we have a pretty good handle on that stuff. Linear gradient and then radial gradient. A pretty good handle on that. We did go in depth with that. I do feel like I covered that pretty well. Later on, like I got tired and struggled to keep the same energy with the later modules. We did go into quite a bit of depth with radial gradient, so I feel good about that. really going in and understanding it. And I think we're good there. And design, at some point I just like started to feel like I was just going through the motions and stuff. Design fundamentals, it looks like we don't really have much here. Software design, website design. We will go over this. The design fundamentals, the language behind design fundamentals. A layout is how visual elements are arranged on a page or screen to communicate a message. These elements may include text, images, and white space. Alignment is how the elements are placed in relation to one another. Using alignment correctly is helpful for making the design look clean and organized. Composition is the act of arranging elements to create a harmonious design. It determines how elements like images, text, and shapes relate to each other and contribute to the design in a artistic way. And we have balance. Ah, man, come on. Just smudged it. It didn't get rid of the smudge. It just smeared it. Smear the smudge. I want to get rid of the smudge. Balance is how visual weight is distributed within a composition. Designers aim to create an equilibrium between symmetrical or asymmetrical arrangements. Right, visual weight. Right, scale is comparing the dimensions of or size of one element to that of another. Hierarchy is establishing the order of importance of the elements in a design. It's about making sure that the most important information is noticed first. Contrast is the process of creating clear distinctions between the elements. You can do this through variations in color, size, shape, texture, other visual characteristics. Strong contrast is also helpful for improving readability, and we looked at the accessibility guidelines for that. That like 4.5 is like the minimum of the contrast ratio that you should have to ensure that it's readable, and anything above 7 or is considered good. So you aim for it to be 7, and then you're like, okay, it's a 5, and you're like, it's not great, but it passes. It's reasonable. So that helps. White space, this is the empty space in a design. It's the area surrounding the elements. User interfaces are ways to include visual and interactive elements so users can see it on their screens and interact with it. Like icons, images, text, menus, links, buttons, user experiences, the overall, feeling that a user gets when using a product or a service. And application with a well-designed user experience is intuitive, easy to use, efficient, accessible, and enjoyable. I don't know what they mean by efficient. So it's like efficient meaning that you don't have to maybe click through too many elements to get where you want to be, right? You want to be able to get where you want as quickly as possible with the fewest amount of steps, I think. So when I think about this, I think like on documentation pages, I really love having a search feature that is very good, like on the MDN docs. Great search feature. We can search on here for vector graphics, and like I search for vector and it comes up with this search for anything with vector, and then I can quickly get to where I want to be within the documentation. So it's great website, great experience. Like, I love using this. I love using MDN Docs. I think this is one of the better documentation pages. There are a lot of bad documentation pages. The minimum for documentation, though, I think, is the content. Content is king, right? If you have good coverage of all your elements, that's the first step. But then, like, going the extra mile and making it easy to use and a joy to use, then that's even better. That just makes it such a much better resource. But of course, the hardest work is getting the content on there, and appreciate people putting their knowledge up on there and fleshing all that out, right? Document that uses or outlines objectives, goals, and requirements of a project is a design brief, a roadmap that guides the design process and ensures that the final product meets the needs of the client. A vector-based design involves creating digital art using mathematical formulas to define lines, shapes, and colors. Prototyping, this refers to the process of creating an interactive model of a product or a user interface. And UI design fundamentals, good contrast for background and foreground colors. It is important to ensure that the background and foreground colors have good contrast to make the text readable. The Web Content Accessibility Guidelines recommend a minimum contrast ratio of 4.1 for normal text and 3.1 for large text. Good visual hierarchy in design. A strong visual hierarchy can provide a clear path for the eye to follow. Ensure that the information you convey is consumed in the order that you intend. Responsive images. Responsive images are images that scale to fit the size of the screen they are being viewed on. It's important because it ensures that your images look good on all devices, from desktops to mobile phones. Progressive enhancement is a design approach that ensures all users, regardless of browser or device, can access the essential content and functionality of an application. And user-centered design is an approach that prioritizes the end user from their needs to their preferences and limitations. The goal of user-centered design is to craft a web page that is intuitive, efficient to use, and pleasing for the user to interact with. We'll come back and finish this section up in a minute. Okay, so we're looking at user-centered design. User research is where we left off. This is the systematic study of the people who use your product. The goal is to measure user needs, behaviors, and pain points. Exit interviews are surveys where you give users when they cancel their accounts, it can help you understand why users are leaving and what you can do to reduce churn. Yeah, it can help if they're specific, like if they're really upset enough to to be motivated to leave a a thorough reply, or if you incentivize them to to give thoughtful feedback. Wonder how effective those things really are and how they manage those. User testing refers to the practice of capturing data from users as they interface with your application. A/B testing is the process of shipping a new feature to a randomly selected subset of your user base. Of course, leverage the analytics data to determine if the feature is beneficial. User requirements refers to stories or rubric that your application needs to follow. User requirements might be defined by user research or industry standards. They can even be defined by stakeholder input. Progressive disclosure is a design pattern used to only show users relevant content based on their current activity and hide the rest. This is done to reduce cognitive load and make the user experience more intuitive. Deferred or lazy registration is a UI design pattern that allows users to browse and interact with your application without having to register. Back to the user requirements thing. So I've been trying to practice the user story stuff, and a lot of times it just doesn't help me, but it does. The framing of the thing really is kind of important. It just gets you into the frame of mind of what the application is for, what the requirements are for, what the features are for. So if you're who is it for? So as a user, I want this to happen, right? And that can help guide your the way that you express that, the way that you code that and deliver that feature, the things that you include in that. So things you get you thinking about those things. So you could also think about as a person, as a user, employing the use of, as a user employing the use of assistive technologies, I would like you know, to do this, to do that, and kind of get you thinking about what needs to be done then towards that end. I don't know. It's an interesting paradigm, but a lot of times I was just like building my own things that are really just for me. So user stories don't make a lot of sense. It's just like, okay, as me, it's a little redundant, a little bit redundant. So you just make a list of things, of features that I want, rather than using that verbiage of as a user. Design practices. Dark mode is a special feature on web applications where you can change the default light color scheme to dark color scheme. You can use naturalize, desaturated colors in dark mode. There's like this little smudge, this little dot that's right there, and it's in my eyeball. It's in my eyeball. It's right in my pupil, right in my line, right in my line. Come on, get out of there. Get out of there. Is it that one or is it the other one? I don't know. I need to use a wipe. I'm running out of these things. The protective coating has come off of these glasses. I need to get new ones. So it's harder and harder to clean them. And it's also been getting tiny little scratches. Sir, I need to get new glasses. Also, I need to update the prescription. I'm sure that it's changed. It's been a few years, and I am getting older at a seemingly much faster rate. Breadcrumbs. Oh, that's much better. It's much better. Although now the other one, now the other side is too blurry, and I need to wipe that off. Okay. All right. Much better. Breadcrumbs. Make sure they're large enough to easily read, not so large that they take up too much space on the page. Card component should be simple in design. Not visually cluttered or display too much information. Is that going to move? Why is that not moving? There it goes. Okay. Funnily enough. Card component, simple in design, not visually cluttered. For media, make sure to use high quality images and videos to enhance the user experience. Infinite scroll, a design pattern that loads more content as the user scrolls down the pages. Should consider using a load more button because gives a user control over when they want to see more content. You can also add a back button so users have the ability to go back to the previous page without having to scroll all the way back up. I'm curious about how you actually implement an infinite scroll like this. I think we did look at it, but the thing is for me is that like we specified that all of the content up front. We made an HTML document with a long list of things. And then when we clicked on like load show more, it like unraveled even more. So I think that when you use JavaScript, you got to use JavaScript then to fetch more for the response and then update the DOM so that you update the HTML that's shown. I think maybe that's what you could do. Maybe that's a way. And but then at some point the HTML page might get too large, right? Like at some point you might be overloading like a cache or something with too much data there, although it's just like text data, so it's got to be quite a lot then. But I mean, it could happen because of the amount of HTML that you actually put just for like one, you know, social media post might be large. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. And so then like at some point you want to reduce the size of the DOM and then like remove some posts. So when you scroll back up, then if you go and scroll back up, then it's gonna reload those previous ones. I'm not sure. Not sure how you would handle that. So modal dialog is a type of pop-up that will display on top of existing page content. Usually the background content will have a dim color overlay in order to help the user better focus on the modal content. Also, it is always a good idea to allow the user to click outside of the modal to close it. When you use the HTML dialog element, you'll get a lot of the functionality and accessibility benefits built in. A progress indication for form registration is a way to show users how far they are in the process. Can be used in forms registration and setup processes. Your design could be simple, easy to find, make it possible to go back to previous steps. Shopping carts are a place for a user to see what items they have already selected on an e-commerce platform. Carts should always be visible to the user. Use a common icon like a cart, bag, or basket and have a clear call to action button for users to proceed to checkout. So the thing is that a lot of this stuff were just afterthoughts in retrospect. We didn't implement a progress indication for form registration in our later projects. We didn't implement shopping carts. So we implemented cards. We did not implement infinite scrolls in later projects, right? In later labs and projects. So that's one criticism I would have of one bit of feedback for this course. Is that it's a lot of these things just get thrown to the wayside and we don't revisit them, a lot of these ideas. I think they have a comprehensive course. You want to be able to leverage all that past information and build on that and make that a thing. And if it is like information that is just like thrown to the wayside, then just say, you know, indicate that earlier in the course that like we won't be using this. We won't use this in the course, but we will. But it is something to keep in mind, right? So that way it guides the it can guide the student through so that they're not overwhelmed by the amount of information that's coming at them. So that would just be one bit of feedback. Common design tools, we have Figma, we have Sketch, we have Adobe XD, we have Canva. They're a free code camp, seemingly dedicated to, or at least, you know, advocates of open source software and whatnot, and we have all these proprietary tools being showcased here. I would like to see other stuff, you know, alternatives to those things, open source alternatives. That's all. I'd like to see open source alternatives in here. So as it is, I don't know which ones there are. So the design element was kind of like an afterthought. It was like there were some things that we took into account, and then a lot of it, much of this that we talked about in this module wasn't touched on again in any certification projects. Certainly, like, not really in any labs. The labs were very focused on individual, very kind of like self-contained inside the module. To a large extent, there are some other things that they brought in from previous previous elements, previous modules that that they kind of like expected you to know. They were like, okay, so you should know this by now, so we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about why you're doing this thing. But yeah, I think that would have actually helped. So we have absolute and relative units. We're going to look at this next. And we're going to take a lunch in 5 minutes. So can we get through this in that time? I think we can. It doesn't seem to be that much. We're going to open this up. I'm going to copy that, copy that, copy that, copy that. Okay, so CSS relative, oops. And whatchamacallit, units, we'll go and select all this. We'll go and select all this. And I think that's it for that part. There is another thing. But we should be able to work through this. We will move this to quizzes. And we'll set the thing here for CSS for our tag. And let's see. So the absolute units, we looked at pixels, mainly dealt with pixels. Didn't deal with points. We really mainly just dealt with pixels. Inches, centimeters, millimeters, these are used generally for print. Absolute unit is a fixed size thing there. So not a lot used as far as these other things. Quarter millimeters, picos, points. So mostly absolute units are a lot used in print to make sure that you guarantee the size of something on the page. So they also have points, which is 1/72nd of an inch. 1/72nd of an inch, and a pixel is 1/96th of an inch. So points are slightly smaller than pixels, which is interesting to point out because then 16 pixels so pixels are smaller than points, right? So 16 pixels is smaller than 16 point, which is interesting, right? It's interesting to me that that is the way that works. So then they gave us some examples of how that works. They really didn't like touch on a lot of this stuff, but you know, if we never need to use this, we know we can look it up. We got the MDN docs. Relative units. That's mainly what we used throughout this course was absolute or relative units. So percentages, we use the EM unit. We learned how to use this. Actually, I came in not knowing how to do this. I came in not knowing what the difference between M and rem is. Now we know the difference. The EM units is relative to the to the font size within the container. So if you set a font size within the container, or yeah, it's relative to the font size within the container. And then so if you set a font size, and then you can like work other elements around that, other properties around the size of the font size. And then if it's not taking the if you don't define a font size within there, then it goes to its parent and says like, do you have a font size set? You know, and then the font size for the parent will be given by, you know, some other properties, maybe inherits that from somewhere from above as well. The rem unit then goes all the way to the top, to the root element font size, right? So we know how to use these things now, which is great. That's a great thing to take away from this. I understand a lot better about how using relative units, using the viewport height and the viewport width. I knew how to use this before coming in, and that was helpful to some extent. But we also learned the difference between the percentages and the viewport height, and so we understand a lot better about how percentages work. And we also, you know, we understand about the rem and the m. So learned that, if nothing else, we learned that, which is you know, that's a big takeaway from this. And then the calc function. We knew about that coming in, but you know, we didn't really make use of it that much throughout the course. In a few places, a few sparsely scattered places around the labs and the you know, the workshops and the, not really in the certification projects. I think there might have been one lab that we were asked to calculate, but you know, in the later parts there, that was it. We still have quite a lot of stuff to get to. We have quite a lot of stuff to get to. When we come back, we're going to go over pseudo classes and pseudo elements. I have a feeling though that there's less material here than in the other ones. So when I come back, we'll do this. So I'll share the link there. You can take a look there. We're going to take a lunch, maybe check in on the World Cup games, and in 40 minutes. So what is that? Is that 25 after the hour? I think so. Yeah. So we'll be back. Okay, we need to restart the second half of this. Where did the scripts go? There they are. Okay, let's restart the timer. 24 minutes. Had a good lunch. Eat some pizza. Just why it had to heat up the pizza, so it took a while. It's like 25 minutes to before I could even start to eat and enjoy myself. And to see that the Ivory Coast is up 1-0, 1-0, and Germany and Ecuador are tied. Ivory Coast wins, they're in. Otherwise, Ecuador could win, and there's some weird stuff that happens in this group, right? Yeah, if Ivory Coast loses and Ecuador wins, then Ivory Coast is out and probably won't get in with 3 goals. They could tie and possibly get in. Did they beat Ecuador or did they tie? They either beat or tied to Ecuador, so goal differential could potentially come into play there. Right, whatever. Pseudo classes. User information here. Let's see. Okay, we need to find all of these. Let's go like this. Oh, is that it? Is that the only one? Is that the only one? It is the only one. Okay. What happened to the other one? Did I get that one at the bottom? Yeah, I did. I did get the one at the bottom. Okay. Pseudo classes and whatnot. So we have user action pseudo classes are a special keyword. Wait, pseudo classes definitions of special keywords allow you to select an element based on a specific state or position. User action pseudo classes are special keywords that allow you to change the appearance of elements based on user interactions, improving the overall user experience. Active pseudo classes that lets you select the active state of an element, like clicking on a button. Hover defines the hover state of an element. Focus, the apply style when an element gains focus. Focus within. So this pseudo class is used to apply styles to an element when it or any of its descendants have focus. That is useful. So I think we might have tried to use that with the card, so that like if anything within the card is in focus, then you would like maybe highlight the card. Pseudo classes for inputs used to target HTML input elements. Enabled, disabled, checked, valid, invalid, in range, required, optional, and autofill. Those are pretty self-explanatory with the enabled, disabled. So enabled is used to target form buttons or other elements that are currently enabled. Disabled is ones that are not. Checked is if it's checked. Valid is if it meets the validation criteria. Invalid is if it does not meet the validation criteria. I believe these are relatively new. Is that right? Or at least they have only been utilized recently on a lot of places. At least in the newish, like in the last 5 years, I want to say. I've been seeing more and more websites use the valid invalid paradigm there to indicate the password validity, which is great. But there's still a lot of places that don't help you out with there, and then you have to click into it, and then you have to have it say, "Oh, that's not the right password type. You gotta add like 2 little special characters, but I can't start with a special character." In range and out of range. That reminds me of playing that password game. Oh, what was the name of that? Oh gosh, now I'm gonna. What was the name of it? It was some UI thing. It was some game. I think I had it downloaded, but I don't remember. Oh well. I gotta go back and try to play that again. That was fun. I got like up to a certain level, and I thought I could go further, but I'm just so tired to try to figure it out. Required, optional, autofill. Required or optional, whether or not it's needs to be in there. Optional by default, isn't it? Like, oh, you're right, but you can, yeah, you can query and target these things. Pseudo classes are used for styling links and elements that are targeted within the current document. Yeah. Just wanted to see something because I did. It was this one. No, it wasn't. Which one was it anyway? Focus window, that was what it was. Yeah, that was the way you did it. Pseudo class combination of link and visited. Any link? Pseudo classes are used for styling links and elements that are targeted within the current document, of course. Any link, a combination of link and visited, link, local link, allows you to target unvisited. Local link are the ones that are targeted, yeah, locally. Pseudo class targets a link. User has never or has visited, and target is used to apply styles to an element that is the target of a URL fragment. What? 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 be linked to from a from here, and then the CSS that you target before is injecting the play button. Oh, I see. Okay, that's actually interesting. I think you could maybe use that. Well, I actually don't know. Okay, that's just for styling. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what I would use that for. I mean, it's cool. Yeah, it's used to highlight. Interesting. Tree structural pseudoclasses allow us to target and style elements based on their position within the document tree. Root pseudoclass, empty pseudoclass. I think we feel pretty good about the root pseudoclass. The empty pseudoclass, empty elements. No children other than white space. Right, so if an element doesn't have anything, any content or any... No children other than white space? Yeah, okay. Nth child pseudoclass allows you to select elements based on their position within a parent. Nth last child, first child, and last child. We got some practice working with these. Ooh, we also got some practice working with first of type, last of type, nth of type, and only of type. If it's the only one of its type within its parent. Haven't used that one. Functional pseudoclasses allow you to select elements based on more complex conditions or relationships, unlike regular pseudoclasses, which target elements based on a state. Functional pseudoclasses accept arguments. Is pseudoclass takes a list of selectors, selects an element that matches one of the selectors in the list. Okay, and we're going to take this code here. Wait, where is it? Where is it supposed to go? Did we just delete those things so we didn't replace them? All right, so it's in between functional pseudoclasses, so it's here. Oopsie. No, that doesn't work. Okay. All right. So if it's of the class example and or of this works too. So just give it a list of things. I think we tried to use that in one of the labs, and they were like, "Oh, I don't like that. Do it the other way." I'm like, well, I wanted to, use what you just showed us in the exact same use case that you said that we would probably use it in, and then yeah, and they were like, no, the auto grader. We can't check that. We can't do that. And so the difference between is and where is that the latter will have a specificity of 0. So the latter being where has a specificity of 0, where is does not. Yeah, we kind of lost the thread on specificity. They didn't really talk much about that, and it's very important. So we should I think that should be a through line throughout the entire course, that they should touch on that and remember, like, okay, so this element there, and then just do like this, calculate the specificity. Tell us what the specificity is. We know that we can query it on with the dev tools. You can set specificity. You can check the specificity of a style in the style editor. So you can check in here and wait, let me see. Is it over here? Recheck it. Wait, don't they calculate that? Computed values, changes, compatibility, fonts. Oh, look at that. Animations you can do. Fonts. X0/ compatibility. Ooh, look at that. All issues, WebKit, BoxPack. Deprecated. Box align, box flex, box align, box. Oh, come on. You guys can't be doing that. No changes found, computed, the layout. It's not in layout. What is it then? Rules? So they're unused because of like what though? Because it's like filter rules containing this property. Are they all elements matching the selector? On hover. Print media, okay. Yeah, so how do you get like the specificity for these things? How do you... They should show you. Should show you what it is. Why don't they? Can you see it in the debugger or something? No. Okay. I don't know. I thought that there was a spot in here where you could see the specificity of selectors. Specificity. In the computed side? Highest is always in top, but it doesn't show the exact values though. Hover your mouse over the selector. So if I go down here, well, in the iframe, shoot, these are the code boxes and stuff. I don't really want to go into there. I just want the... Oh shoot, you know what? Let's go over here for a second and we'll inspect there. That's still only there. Okay, so wait, here it is. Okay. So we have here, if we hover over... Oh, this is a marker that's getting inserted from something. See if there's other... Okay, here. If you hover over, well, it doesn't work in this dev tool thing. Order bottom width. Inline. Jump to declaration. Yeah, I don't see it. So here they're like... You can do it in Chrome DevTools. Apparently you hover over the class. Okay. And that's in styles. So in here is where it should show then. So it should show in here. Or we could see the DOM properties maybe. Oh man, I can't go. How do I go back? Oh, back to the inspector. Okay. We're looking for Firefox DevTools. Specificity. So we open the style tab. Or is that in this one? Specificity is displayed next to the CSS selectors to the right. I don't see where that is though. All right, we're gonna take a break. Okay, so you hover over the selector. I guess I don't know why. I thought I was doing it before, but apparently. Wait, because look. Okay, there it is. Okay. Yeah, you just hover over it and you can see the specificity. Class selector, the hover selector, or the some of these other things here. Okay, so that's how you do that. That's how you find it. Wait a second. Stay here, Bubbas. Bubbas. I'm here. Come here. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, just lay down. Got the before pseudo element, the after pseudo element, the first letter. I like that one. That was cool. For styling text, articles and stuff. You want to like highlight the first letter of a paragraph or something. It's just like, that was a pretty cool thing. The marker pseudo element. Lets you select the marker, bullet, or numbering of list items for styling. Yeah. A pseudo element uses the content property to insert cosmetic content like icons just before the element or other stuff. Okay, so we're on from that. On to colors. We've got styling forms. Quite a lot to get through here. I guess we're not going to be able to get to that other stuff, the other book. But, yeah, okay. Let's see. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. Okay. Okay, there we go. Did I do that right? I hope I did that right. So, CSS colors, we talked about this. We went into depth in this. Study of how colors interact with each other, how they affect your perception, covers color relationships, color harmony, and the psychological impact of color. Primary colors, yellow, blue, red, fundamental hues from which all other colors are derived. Primary colors result from mixing equal amounts of two primary colors. Green, orange, and purple are examples of secondary colors. Tertiary colors, these colors result from combining a primary color with a neighboring secondary color. Yellow, green, and blue-violet are examples of tertiary colors. Warm colors are reds, oranges, and yellows. They evoke feelings of comfort, warmth, and coziness. Cool colors are the blues, the greens, the purples. They evoke feelings of calmness, serenity, and professionalism. Color wheel. The color wheel is a circular diagram that shows how colors relate to each other. It's an essential tool for designers because it helps them to select color combinations. Analogous color schemes. These color schemes create cohesive and soothing experiences. Complementary color schemes. High contrast visual impact. Triadic is when you're using three colors that are approximately equidistant from each other. If they are connected, they form an equilateral triangle on the color wheel. And I think they're all both like pairwise decent contrast ratios. Not great, but decent. decent contrast ratio is good enough. Monochromatic color scheme. For this color scheme, all the colors are derived from the same base color by adjusting its lightness, darkness, and saturation. Ooh, evokes a feeling of unity and harmony while still creating contrast. Different ways to work with colors in CSS. Named colors. These colors are predefined color names recognized by browsers. Examples include blue, dark red, and light green. RGB function stands for red, green, and blue. Primary colors are light. 3 colors are combined in different intensities to create a wide range of colors. The RGB function allows you to define colors using the RGB color model. Function adds a 4th value alpha that controls the transparency of the color. If not provided, the alpha value defaults to 1. HSL, hue, saturation, and lightness. We still didn't like really utilize that. Went back to using the other representations with RGB and the hexadecimal ones. That's interesting. I should use that. I should get more practice using those things. Something that slipped because they didn't really utilize it that much in the course content. So we know all about this stuff. We covered this extensively in the what's it? Which day did we do that? Day 12. Day 12. Look at day 12 if you want. CSS color review. I feel pretty good about it. Box shadow property, we know about that. Offset values, the blur radius, spread radius, shadow color. Yeah, we know about the spread, we know about the shadow. Inset keyword places the shadow inside the element instead of outside. Apply multiple box shadows. You have the syntax there for that. Yeah, here we are here. Right here. Yeah. They put that into a little code block, but that's not really necessary. Especially since it's not valid CSS, so I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm gonna not do that. And we're gonna do it like that. That's the syntax. That's the syntax for it. Linear and radial gradients. We know about these. We covered that. We went into depth with talking about that. The direction, understanding the direction properties and those things. So we spent a good enough time, I think, back then understanding this, where we don't need to rehash this too much. We don't need to rehydrate this. We have this pretty well committed. We know about the degree and the stops for the linear gradient. And we know about the radial gradient. There is one thing we aren't. I haven't used them enough. And there's a couple different radial gradients you can set. So there's the ellipse thing as well. Maybe it's worth taking just a few minutes to revisit that with the radial gradient. And we had repeating radial gradient as well, repeating linear gradient. That was an interesting one. So the different types of gradients or of radial gradient, the circle, well, the values of the position, circle at center, but it's also the shape, the ending shape. The value can be a circle or ellipse. That's the only things, though. It can only be a circle or an ellipse. So then, like, how do you determine the ellipse shape? Closest side. So there's like syntax here for where it should be, farthest corner or whatnot, ending shape. So if ending shape is specified as an ellipse, the size may be given as a length percentage with two values to provide an explicit ellipse size. Hopefully there's an example here. 0 to 100%, the ending shape there. Okay, so there's really not an example of using a non-centered ellipse, interpolating with hue. No, there's not really some examples here. It's a shame, because how are we to understand what the... So it has no intrinsic dimensions, has no natural preferred side nor preferred ratio. Its concrete size will match the size of the element it applies to. Okay, so you can't specify like the direction of the larger foci, like the farther foci. I forget what that's actually called in the math realm, the geometry or whatever realm that ellipses reside in. Which field? It's like it is a focus point. It's the major axis, or there's a minor axis and a major axis. So you can't specify like the dimensions of the minor or major axis. You can't change it because it just takes on the shape of whatever size thing you... So what's the point of even saying that it's a... All right, I don't even know. Can we mess with this? Let's see. So ellipse. How do you set the ending shape and then the linear color stop, the color hint? Interpolation hint. Okay, let's not talk about that. Ending shape and the size. So it's position, ending shape, which is that. Okay, and then the size should be here as well. So if we put in two values, like length areas, so if I do 1m by 2m, no, it's not that. That doesn't work. How does this actually work? So you have radial shape, you have radial size. And then optionally at a position. So how does radial size work? So is it just space separated? Is that what we do? No, apparently not. Apparently not. That's not how we do it. How do we do it? Um... What? How do you do this? Closest side. Keywords for their size. Okay. So can you do like closest side there? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I don't understand. So it's ellipse. Oh wait, this is all shape size. Wait, is this what we do? Oh, there you go. Okay. So we can specify along the X and then on the Y axis. So we can make it even more elliptical. 2n. You can do it as percentages. So you can do like 50% along there, and you can do like 20% along here. I gotcha. So that's how we do that. I just have a hard time like reading these things. So this is closed off here. So we open that up and then that closes here. And then you open this one up and then that closes there. You open that up and then it closes over here. Okay, so radial shape, space, radial size, space, at some position. Right, and we could say at top, at right, at bottom left. Wait. Position bottom left, right. I'm confused. Position. Position is position 1, position 2, position 4. position 1 is top. Right? Ah, okay. Gotcha. So there's 2 positions you can handle there. There's also position 4, which I don't quite understand. What is position 4? X start, lock end. What's that even used for? All right. Okay, we gotta move along from this. So we're done with colors. We'll go on to styling forms, which I guess we took notes of that already. Maybe I didn't take the best notes of that. No, that was it. That's it. Styling forms, styling inputs, as with all text elements. Need to ensure the styles you apply to text elements are accessible. This means that the font needs to be adequately sized. Color needs to have sufficient contrast with the background. Input elements are also focusable. When you are editing your styles, you should take care that you preserve a noticeable indicator when the element has focus. Appearance none for inputs. Browsers apply default styling for a lot of elements. Appearance none gives you complete control over the styling, but comes with some caveats. When building custom styles for input elements, you will need to make sure focus and error indicators are still present. Date, time, local, color properties, complex pseudo elements to create things like date and color pickers. This presents a significant challenge for styling these inputs. One challenge is that the default styling is entirely browser dependent, so the CSS you write to make the picker look the way you intend may be entirely different on another browser. Okay, layouts and effects are where we are here. And for some reason I didn't take note of this, because I thought I started to take notes and I didn't. I just stopped taking notes then. Copy and paste that. We'll cover this. Cover that. Box model. Filtering. Okay. Interesting that happened. Not sure why that happened. Okay. All right, we gotta go on break. So I'm just gonna copy a couple of these things over. And we're gonna look at effects and whatnot there when we come back. Transform property. Okay. We'll be back in a minute. My new toy came in today. The mini tower. Got the mini tower. Got it for really cheap. Or, well, not really cheap, but like reasonable. It was reasonable. Where are we? The overflow property. Do we need to review that? We understand the box model pretty well. I do need to review margin collapse. And let's see. So we need to review margin collapse. Margin collapse. Let's see. Then we have content box and border box. We explored that pretty thoroughly. Don't feel too bad about that. And the filter, we used the filter. Explored that stuff. So there was some cool stuff. I think we learned quite a bit. It's just feeling a lot like just feeling overwhelmed by the amount that we've covered so far. The definition of overflow is refers to the way elements handle content that exceeds or overflows the size of the containing element. Overflow is two-dimensional. X-axis determines the horizontal flow, and the y-axis determines the vertical overflow. And I should say that we are going to get some more experience and more practice with other books. We're going to use tiny CSS projects. I don't know if we're going to actually get to that, but that is something that I want to touch on. Maybe it's something that I put near the end and just something that I'm, working with. Overflow box. Yeah, we've got these elements inside. Oh, it's just a whole div with a bunch of content inside. You're saying no wrap. If you put the wrap on, then it wraps around. Or the overflow auto. White space is no wrap. Okay, no wrap on the white space. Wrap the white space. Okay, there you go. What other ones could we use here? They don't give us any other hints. That sucks. Oh well. CSS property, transform property, translate, scale, rotate, skew. We used all those. I don't really like using the skew one that much. Kind of looks ugly when you have text in there. So you have to like have skew an element but not the text. If you're using transform to hide. So is there a way, like how do I not skew this? If I put this, like if I put a paragraph element inside of here, does that stop it from? No, it's still skewed. So what we want is specifically scale not scale, wait, skew only, but not the children though, like not p elements, right? Oh gosh, so how do we do it so that it doesn't skew the inside? So it skews the container but not the text. How would you do that? Q, first letter, first line. So if it doesn't have a paragraph element, so if I did it like this, what's it? Okay. So let's say give that no skew. No skew me. Do you then like do skew? You can undo the skew. Just doing that just seems weird. You'd have to undo the skew. I just don't like it. I don't like the skew thing. I like the rotation in 3D. That was cool. I just don't like the skew transform. I don't... it's just ugly. It's not very elegant. Box model. We know about box model. The, content inside padding. Border and margin. We know all about this. But margin collapse occurs when the vertical margins of adjacent elements overlap, resulting in a single margin equal to the larger of the two. This behavior applies only to vertical margins, not horizontal, right? And it's always something that I forget about. Content box and border box in the box sizing property. Yeah. The total size of an element will be determined by content, padding, and border, I think, right? Content box width and height that you set for an element determine the dimensions of the content area. Right. So the total area of it of the element is gonna come in with the padding, border. The margin is not really the total area. It's just like the area outside of the element. You don't really consider that to be the total thing. Right, because the border box doesn't contain it, doesn't consider it that's there. So I really don't consider that to be part of the size of the thing, although I guess technically it is. Because effectively they're the same thing, like between border box and content box then. Because then, like, at that point, you're comparing apples to apples. If you make the content, if you adjust the content, the size of the content, or the dimensions of the content area to adjust for the size of the border and the margin, and you make it so that it's like the border box, then you're talking apples to apples there. Don't really consider margin to be part of the element size, but that's just me. So the border box value, width and height of an element include the content area, padding, and border. We talked about CSS resets. We didn't really make use of them. Another thing that kind of just got thrown out as a like, oh, this is a thing that exists, but we don't really pay much attention to in this course. Or like third-party CSS resets. We did a few resets. Resetting the body margin and padding is a common one. So there's that one. CSS filter property. The property can be used to create various effects such as blurring, color shifting, and contrast adjustment. We used a little. We didn't make a huge use of this. We did like one project or one lab. And I really liked that one lab that we did that for, where we blurred out some text and we did some other kind of filters on there, increasing the contrast. Hue rotate is a funny one. I just never really found a way to inject that into some of the content or the projects and the labs that we did. So that's basically it. That's basically all the ones that we don't have notes for already. So I'm gonna go and look at the total thing here, the total review. But first, I'm going to... Where is our daily note, though? Where's our daily? Do we not have that up? No, we lost the daily note. Responsive web design. The calendar. Okay. We are going to revisit that build a personal portfolio. One thing I want to do maybe next week is to... once we want to get the home lab up, but we also want to... or work on getting the home lab up. It's going to be a while to get that up. We want to maybe rebuild our Linktree page and self-host that. And I've got some options for that. Thinking about doing that in a virtual private server, and I might take a look at that and what I need to do to do a basic web page on there, and that could be something I showcase as well. So today is this one, right? Okay. And then inside of CSS review, we had a whole bunch of stuff here. We have, let's just go down the list. We had the fundamentals. We have fundamentals, and then we're gonna add the book element there. We did lists. Links and borders. I'm gonna stop hovering over that thing. Design. Where is it? Where's design review? Design fundamentals. Oh, I guess we did already have that one in there. Okay, but we... Oh gosh, no, okay. Right, okay. So I guess we'll just delete this one. Although, oh no, okay, so we did keep the URL for that one as well. So, software design and other stuff. So I think maybe what we want to do is maybe merge this with the other one. Oh gosh, it's such a mess up on here is these CSS fundamentals. So we did that one, so we can clear that one out. Design fundamentals review. This one. Close that one down. Somewhere along the way, I lost the idea to link these things. Relative and absolute units. Design fundamentals. All right, let's like close all these things first. Design fundamentals. Basically, we just want to combine this to be that with this. And we probably did too much here. So we don't need it to say review. I don't know why we did that. We can delete this file. So let's go back into here because I think that maybe we have some things that shouldn't be listed as review. Oh, we do have review. Colors, review, colors. So we have colors, review, colors, review. Yeah, we did a better job of doing this here than we did with the other thing. So we did too much. We did too much. And so we just need to have this to be CSS. Yeah, okay. And then we want this to say CSS. Colors review. And then we'll just delete this one. I'll change that one to just CSS colors. Layouts and effects review. We already had that. We just, you know, overdid it. Okay, what else says? Okay, we can get rid of this one. It says CSS. File already exists. You delete this one. Okay. Yeah, I thought we did a lot of these already. That's why. We can do this as responsive web design review. Pseudo classes review, we can change that then. Review here, so we can get rid of that, and then we know that this is CSS. Okay, and then okay. So there's probably something in here that we didn't quite do. Is there something different that we did in here that we didn't do in the other one? I don't think there is. No, it's basically the same file. Some wasted time today. That's okay though. Design patterns. We need to get Simpson stuff. Okay, Pomodoro GUI, prototype. Oh, we can move this. I think we're done with this now. Although, I might save those things. Let's see. I should create a folder for that. Oh, we gotta move this. Assets there. That stuff there. I think we can move the other stuff. Okay, I think that's all of that. I want to go back over to the calendar not calendar. Wait a minute. Today's date, which is day 28. Wait, what? Oh, I don't have it as day 28. Never mind. That's why. Okay. Nothing but CSS review today. Did all that. So this is actually not that one. This other one. Design fundamentals. Okay. So close that down. Basic absolute and relative units. Relative units, we did pseudo classes. Colors. Styling forms. Box model. Really? Nothing for box model? Layouts and effects is what that was. Okay, we can get rid of that one that is up on there. I don't know why it's there. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, sir. Where? All right, so we're looking at this. We have the box model. Typography. Accessibility. Lots of stuff to get to what we had here. Positioning. Attribute selectors. My gosh, this was a huge undertaking here. Variables. Variables. Grid. And animations. Lots to get through from that, right? CSS styling forms, CSS, those ones. All right. So open up the CSS review page and look at that. That's what we're looking at. So for the last, I guess, 40 minutes, we'll do this. Huge, this huge page. Okay, this huge page. So we'll like breeze over all of this. We will go through it all here. Let's see. CSS review. Here we go. Let's go through it. All of it again. So we already covered a lot of this, right? So what is CSS? We did that. Style sheet, language, anatomy of CSS rule, you know, the selector and then the declaration block. Meta name viewport, we explored that a little bit. Default browser styles, yeah. Inline CSS, internal, external. We know about those. Height properties, we know about them. Different types of CSS selectors. The descendant combinator. See, this is even nicer of a more concise look into this. Single space between selectors. This combinator is used to target elements that are descendants of a specified parent element. Child combinator used to specify or to select elements that are direct children. Next sibling selects an element that immediately follows the specified sibling. And then the subsequent sibling combinator selects all siblings of a specified element that come after it. Inline block and inline block level elements. So we talked about those. Span, anchor, and image are the inline things. And then the div, p, and section elements are example of the block element, block level. And then so you can set an element to inline block by using the display property. These elements behave like inline elements, but can have a width and height set like block level elements. Margin and padding. We didn't really explore that as much. I think we should have looked into that a little bit more. Played around with setting an element to be inline block, because I think as is, yeah, divs are block level, inline or that, so by default they're like that. Margin and padding, margin property, the margin shorthand, the padding and the padding shorthand, we know about that. CSS specificity, we explored that. We can see the specificity of a rule in the dev tools, and there might be like some things in the IDE in VS Codium that we use. I think that might be available. So we looked at that. We looked at the universal selector, the class selectors, type selectors, ID selectors. And these are all, so type selector, I think, is also, like I call it, the element selector, like what type of element. I think you can also use VS Codium to see the specificity. I just can't remember exactly if that is the case. Usually when I hovered over it, like it would come up with some hints and some help that would say what the specificity was. Important keyword, cascade algorithm, CSS inheritance. We learned all about that. Layout, alignment, composition, balance, scale, hierarchy, contrast, white space. We learned about all the design fundamentals. That was we reviewed that, design terminology fundamentals, right? We did all that today as well. Looked at that. Design best practices, common tools, absolute and relative units, calc, function, user action pseudoclasses. We covered those. Tree structural pseudoclasses. We covered those. Functional pseudoclasses. Pseudoclasses in general, or pseudo elements. Color theory. We covered that well, I think. And then here's another example of the shadow box. I'm the shadow box. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Spiders are eating my insides. And I just set the styles for my shadow box. Yeah, we covered this stuff. Linear and radial, best practices for inputs and stuff, transform, box model, margin collapse. We did all this stuff. So I think we left off here with the flex direction and stuff. So we learned about flex direction. We learned about a lot more about the flex layout. So I definitely appreciate that about this course, that I did get to learn a little bit more, a lot more, a little bit. I don't know. I do need a little bit more practice. Need some more practice doing flex layouts. Row reverse, column reverse, the direction, and the flex wrap, no wrap, or wrap reverse. Flex items in the reverse order. Wrap the items when they exceed the width of their container. So then wrap reverse, I guess, would wrap the first one back up. So wrap it using the opposite direction. Justify content, flex start, flex end. These are the flex items where we align to the start of the main axis. This could be horizontal or vertical. And so there's always that option to push it to the start or the end, regardless of whether or not it's enough in the flex. Oh yeah, in the flex. Of course, in the flex layout. Center. You could also use just start and end, I think, because then that works for both grid and flex. I don't know what the meta is around this, if it's supposed to be using the flex start and the start is deprecated or something. I don't know. I don't really care to look it up right now either. Center, space between, space around, space evenly. So, right. Justify goes along the main axis. Align goes along the cross axis. Well, wait, was it content goes along the main axis? Or was it the justify part of it? I don't know. Center flex start stretch. We went over that. I need to like cover it again. Like I just can't get it into my head what the difference is. Introduction to typography. Typography is the art of choosing the right fonts and format to make text visually appealing and easy to read. Type refers to how the individual characters are designed and arranged. Typeface is the overall design and style of a set of characters, numbers, and symbols. It's like a blueprint for a family of fonts. Font definition. A font is a specific variation of a typeface with specific characteristics such as size, weight, style, and width. Serif typeface. This typeface has a classical style with small lines at the end of characters. Serif typefaces are commonly used for printed materials like books. And sans serif we usually use for digital. Whew. Font weight, we usually want a thicker font for the particularly with dark themes. We want the light on a darker background. Light generally wants to be you like it to be a thicker thing, just the way that the eyes work. Font width, baseline, cap height from the uppercase letters, the capitals. The X height is the average height. Ascenders, you know, are the things that go above the middle line there, right? Above the X height, the average height. And then descenders go below the baseline. Kerning, space adjusted between specific pairs of letters. Tracking, how space is adjusted all characters of the block text. Essentially a distance between the characters, so can control that with letter spacing. Leading is the vertical space between lines of height, so you can control that with line height. Best practices, you should use clear and simple fonts to make your designs easy to understand. This is particularly important for the main text of your website. Users are more likely to engage with your content if the font is easy to read. You should use 2 or 3 fonts at most to create a visual consistency. Using too many fonts can make the text more difficult to read and weaken your brand's identity. This can also impact the user experience by increasing the load time of the website. Yeah, font family property, we covered that a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I think we're good with that. And like specifying custom fonts and stuff, we did those. Web safe fonts. Should use those, especially the the fallbacks. Sans serif fonts are common. They don't have small feet or lines at the end of the character. Well, they're easy to read. They're easier to read on screen than things like Times New Roman, Garamond, that thin ass font coming at here, making it hard to read. Too much space around the letters. Definition at rules are statements that provide instructions to the browser. You can use them to define various aspects of the style sheet, such as media queries, keyframes, font faces, and more. So font face allows you to define a custom font by specifying the font file, format, and other important properties like weight and style. For the font face rule to be valid, you need to specify the source property and contains references to the font resources. Font formats for each font resource. You can specify the format. It's optional. It's a hint for the browser of the font format. There could be collection, embedded OpenType, SVG, TrueType, WAF2. WAF and WAF2, Web Open Font Format. OpenType is a format for scalable computer fonts developed by Microsoft and Adobe. Allows users to access additional features in a font, are widely used across major operating systems. Tech is used to specify the technology of the font resource, and that is optional. We didn't really cover that. I don't even know what you put in there. I'm so tired. Working with external fonts. So you use the import statement. You can use Google Fonts, and we learned about Font Squirrel, another popular resource. Text shadow property used to apply shadows to text. We make use of that, although it's not great. I'd rather have higher contrast for my elements. I think that might be part of my redesign when I go through and make this ready for Twitch. So the blur radius is optional. We'll make the shadow look a lot smoother and more subtle. And you can apply multiple text shadows. Contrast tools, we learned about those. Accessibility tree. Max function returns the largest of a set of comma-separated values. So the width of the image here will be 250 pixels if the viewport width is less than 1,000 pixels. If the viewport width is greater than 1,000 pixels, the width of the image will be 25% of the viewport window. Best practices with CSS and accessibility. Display none means that screen readers and other assistive technologies won't be able to access the content. It's not included in the accessibility tree. Visibility hidden is also, well, it keeps it in the document flow, but it's not in the accessibility tree. So I don't even know if there's a use case for that now, because you can just control a lot of stuff with CSS. If you need to have visibility be hidden for something, maybe it's something that you change so that it's visible then. I just don't know when you would use that. So much we went through. Okay. SR only CSS class is a common technique used to visually hide content while keeping it accessible to the screen readers. There. I need to check on the World Cup. I'm just itching. I gotta know what happened with Ivory Coast here. Did they pull it out? They did. 2-0 there. Ecuador ended up beating Germany. Is Ecuador potentially through to the knockout stages? Goal differential of 0. Points are 4. They have a decent chance, probably, right? So getting 4 points is pretty big, right? They have to move on with 4 points. That's big. That's big. Okay. Ecuador and Ivory Coast. All right, and then so what's playing now is that the Netherlands and Tunisia and Japan and Sweden. Oh my gosh, I want to go watch that match. When does that start? Did it start yet? Okay, so those start at 4 o'clock. I think we have time. I think we have time to catch that. It's gonna be fun. I want to go watch that one. Let's see. Scroll behavior smooth. Property value enables a smooth scrolling behavior. Prefers reduced motion. We did that with the animations and stuff. Hiding content with HTML attributes. ARIA hidden is used to hide an element from people using assistive technology such as screen readers. So if you have some decorative images, you don't want to show them, then you use that. And hidden attribute hides things from visually and from the accessibility tree, and then you can toggle it with JavaScript. So I mean, that's not really CSS. This has to do with the HTML part of it. Accessibility is a placeholder attribute. Placeholder text is not great for accessibility too often. Users confuse the placeholder text with an actual input type, input value. They think there is already a value in the input. All right, we're gonna be back in a minute. Got snacks. Hmm. Working with different attribute selectors and links. Attribute selector allows you to target HTML elements based on their attributes like href and title attributes. Yeah. And the lang and data lang attribute. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember the use case of that. To think through it. Working with the attribute selector ordered list elements and the type attribute when working with ordered lists in HTML, the type attribute allows you to specify the style of numbering used, such as numerical, alphabetical, or Roman numerals. Working with floats, used to remove an element from its normal flow and position it on either the left or right side of its container. When this happens, text will wrap around the floated content. Clearing a float, and that's used to determine if an element needs to be moved below the floated content. When you have multiple floated elements stacked next to each other, there could be issues with overlap and collapsing in the layout, so a clear fix hack was created to fix this issue. What was clear fix again? Oh, right, that stuff. So you just add overflow as auto. Containing element. Or clear both. Oh, that's interesting. You do display it as a table, though. Weird. Static, relative, and absolute positioning. We got some practice with that. Static positioning with the fixed position and absolute positioning. Or static positioning is like the default, right? Static is default. And then if you set absolute or fixed, that takes it out of the document flow. Relative keeps it within. Fixed and sticky position. Yeah, removed from the normal document flow. Placed relative to the viewport, meaning it stays in the same position when the user scrolls. Sticky acts as a hybrid between relative and fixed positioning. Initially, the element behaves as though it's positioned relatively, staying within the flow of the document. However, once the user scrolls the element past a certain point, it sticks to the viewport and behaves as though it is fixed. Great for creating elements like sticky navigation bars, which only become fixed once the user scrolls to a certain position. Working with the z-index property. The z-index property is used to control the vertical stacking order of positioned elements that overlap on the page. Responsive web design. The core principle of responsive design is adaptability, the ability of a website to adjust its layout and content based on the screen size and capabilities of the device it's being viewed on. Fluid grids use relative units like percentages instead of fixed units like pixels, allowing content to resize and reflow based on screen size. Flexible images, these are set to resize within their containing elements, ensuring they don't overflow their containers on smaller screens. Then there's media queries. Media queries allow developers to apply different styles based on the characteristics of the device, primarily the viewport width. All media type, and then the print and screen, so suitable for all devices for all, and then print is suitable for page material and stuff to be printed or in a print preview mode. And then screen is primarily intended for screen devices like monitors, laptops, smartphones, and tablets. Aspect ratio describes the ratio between the width and the height of the viewport, and you're specified that with a slash, like you just use the division of it. Numerator and denominator there. Orientation is used to indicate whether the device is in landscape or portrait orientation. Resolution is used to describe the resolution of the output device in dots per inch or dots per centimeter. So you can query the aspect ratio, and you can query the resolution. So used to test whether the primary input mechanism can hover over elements. Prefers color scheme used to detect if the user has requested a dark color theme or a light. We can link, we can apply logical operators to media queries. The AND operator is used to combine multiple media features, while not and only can be used to negate or isolate media queries. And then, so media breakpoints are specific points in a website's design where the layout and content adjust to accommodate different screen sizes. There are some general breakpoints you can use to target phones, tablets, and desktop screens. It's not wise to try to chase down every single possible screen size for different devices. So you just go by small, medium, and large devices and work from there. Mobile first approach describes a philosophy where you focus on creating a base level of a base layout that's catered towards mobile devices, and then using media queries to add styling or change styling for larger devices. CSS custom properties, CSS variables. Powerful feature that allows for more efficient, maintainable, and flexible style sheets. Yeah, we got some practice with creating custom properties, and we use that to our advantage with the what did we use that on? Where is that? On the product landing page? No, I think it was... Was it all the way back here? Maybe it was back here. It's not that. No, it was after the piano, right? It was variables with the properties, yes. Where we built the city skyline. We did that kind of cool thing where under the max width, and we could go back and we could create a GIF from that. That would be nice. Oh, I should have done that. Yeah, so you can use these property names in animations and stuff to give the animation more things that it can like, it's more properties that you can manipulate or that you can animate. More properties that you can animate, basically. The grid basics, we focused on that a little bit. I mean, I probably should have scheduled that over 2 days, because that was a lot to do in one day, and I really think I rushed through it. And I wish I'd spent a little more time through it. Wish I'd spent a little more time on it. So grid is a two-dimensional layout system used to create complex layouts in web pages. Grids will have rows and columns with gaps between them. To define a grid layout, you would set the display property to grid. The FR unit is a fractional unit, and this represents a fraction of the space within the grid container. You can use the FR unit to create flexible grids. Creating gaps between tracks. So there are 3 ways to create gaps between tracks in CSS. You can use the column gap property to create gaps between columns. You can use the row gap property to create gaps between rows, or you can use the gap shorthand property to create gaps between rows and columns. The repeat function is used to repeat sections in the track listing. Instead of writing grid template columns, 1FR, 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 we can use the repeat function instead. Explicit grid allows us to specify the number of lines or tracks using the grid template columns or grid template rows properties. Then implicit grid is just all those items that are, you know, not explicitly given a position or a spot in the grid. And then like rows and columns are created automatically for those elements. The min-max function used to set the minimum and maximum sizes for a track, and I still don't quite understand how it calculates some things, particularly when you have a FR unit in there alongside a something else. I can't remember what it was, but it was something else that was, yeah. Was it a percentage or was it something else? I forget what it was. I think it was auto. I think if you did one FR and then auto, it's like what wins out there? How does it get calculated? So the browser automatically places items using the auto placement algorithm. Auto flow property controls the behavior using values like row, column, or dent to influence the placement direction and whether empty gaps are backfilled. You have line-based placement where all grids have lines that, well, yeah, all grids do have lines, and so line-based placement specifies where the item begins on a line, and so using column start or grid row start properties, and then you specify the line that it starts at and then the line that it ends at. Grid template areas used to provide a name for the items you are going to position on the grid. Alignment used to justify items and align items to control how items are aligned with their grid areas. Justify self and align self on individual grid items to override the alignment set on the container. Okay. CSS animations allow you to create dynamic, visually engaging effects on the web pages. We did very little of those. We mainly focused on drawing. The keyframes rule. This rule specifies the stages and styles of the animation. It specifies what styles the element should have at various points during the animation. The animation property is the shorthand property used to apply animations. Animation name specifies the name for the keyframes rule to use. Animation duration sets how long the animation should take to complete. Animation timing function. Okay, we already did all this. We just did this review this morning. I actually want to... Yeah, so I think we can just check this off. I think we're good. I think we're good. The next challenge is the certification exam. And that's tomorrow. So what I'll do is I'll put it up on the screen. And then do something else. Although I'm not sure how they actually work this. They might actually have some kind of like auto proctor thing or something. I'm not sure. Not sure how it works. I might have to do it offline. Not entirely sure. What does it say? So we need a desktop application. I find it funny that they go through this trouble. So we have to like download and install this thing. They want no cheating. So what happens? Like I enter the account token. Okay. So basically I'm entering it here. And if I connect, look what happens there. Oh, there's practice exams. 2 hours. Oh, that's kind of interesting. It doesn't actually show up on the screen. Nice. Yeah. I like that a lot better than saying, hey, you can't record this. So turn off all your recording software and stuff. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind this. I don't mind this. We'll see what we do tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind this. I think I think what I might do is try to take it in the morning before I start streaming. And then I'll set up my OBS and see that and see if it lets me have that open at least. Close down everything else. Just have the desktop exam environment open with OBS, and I'll put some other stuff on screen to just like indicate, hey, I'm taking an exam. So yeah, or I'll just show myself taking the exam, and I'll close the thing, and I'll just put up a note. Can't respond in text in chat. Not checking chat. Taking the exam. Couldn't do that. Kind of like that idea. But we'll see if it actually allows me to do that. And if it doesn't, then I'll just take the exam. And there, yeah. And I just won't do the intro or something. Do the intro later. So maybe I should just create those elements now. We still have a few minutes before the start of those games. So I think what I'll try to do yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So we'll end up having this off. Oh wait, we need to move this into quizzes here. Let me just check off these things and then we'll move this to another day. I think what we'll do is we'll put this on tomorrow. Probably do it tomorrow when we don't need it anymore. So then what we do is like we'll close all these things down. We'll have that all down. And then what I'll do is put up like chatting on here, and I'll keep this up, keep this on, and then I'll have some things up on here. We'll put just a markdown thing, markdown source, temporary message is what I'll call this, and we'll do a browser source, yeah, for that. And then we'll just do how big do I want this to be, because I don't know how big the other elements are. So 10 960 is the halfway point, so I think it's a lot larger than that. So we're at like 2/3, I think. So 2/3 of, oh gosh, 1920 should be divisible by 3. Oh, why? Divide that by 3. 720, is that what it is? 720 is 21. So 620. Instead of 1240, is that what it is? It's even wider than that. Okay. Man, how wide do I have this thing? It's exactly 1400. Okay. Let's see. Make it like half the screen or something. 500 seems good, actually. So we'll set a text here. What we'll do is we like... We can do something else here. We can do the font family. Actually, just move this thing down here. And we should like position it maybe on the bottom. I don't know. Four pixels. Seems pretty good. So I think what we'll actually do, let's shrink this a little bit. 400 pixels. Is that all I need? Let's put that down here. And then, okay, so I need it a little bit smaller. 300. So I'll do it like this, I think. I'll try to like center it, maybe. Yeah, center it. There we go. We need to put a background color on here. So I think what we'll do is we'll use our light background, maybe. And then we'll use the dark color. Oops. E3B or EB3? E3B, I think it was. And we can margin 0 auto and also text align center. Evan is. Why am I speaking in the third person? We do that. We can put some padding here. Just do like 1 rem maybe. 1 rem of padding there. That's pretty cool. I like that. You can do some rounded corner stuff. Yeah, we can do like the top radiuses, like 10 pixels. Border radius. Oh, well, that's interesting. Okay, so border's not in there. Not for the body. Yeah, it's not working. That's interesting. Okay, so I think what's happening is that we can't actually select that. So what we need to do is to do the body and the first child. So all direct children, all the first sibling or something. Maybe it's the paragraph elements. Is it paragraph elements that are done that way? No. So it's not that. Maybe it's the... subsequent sibling. We want the direct child. All direct children of body. What's markdown? So what is, how is that controlled then? All right, we gotta go. The games are starting, but I'm gonna do something like this. I just got to figure out how to do this. I think what I have to do is just wrap this in a div tag. So then I can set the background color for that and then just change the other stuff there. And then that'll work. There we go. The border radius works for that. With the background color and the other thing in there. Actually, I don't need to have the color up there. I could have it up here. Yes. So that should work. So that's... upper right. Okay, so it goes from top left. So we want the top left to have a little bit of radius. So we want it to be like maybe 1% radius there, 1% radius. On the other corner, I'll do 0% radius. In the others on the bottom. There we go. Okay. Display flex, and then we can do yeah, there we go. Flex end of that one. Why does it do it that way? When we do it by percentage, it's so screwy on the other side. If I do pixels, it's fine. Do percentages, then it's weird. Oh, because it's doing it by... yeah, okay. I know why. It's like the viewport. So do it as the viewport. So as a viewport height, we can do it as that. There we go. That looks good. That looks good enough. We can have that text message thing slide up and over. We'll just save that for a second, and then we'll do show transition slide up. Let's see. Yeah, that's what we want. Slide up. Slide up and slide down. We can do that. Okay. And that's what we'll do. We'll do that tomorrow. Set this up like that. So we couldn't get everything done today. Of course. We didn't learn everything. But we learned a lot of stuff. We are on day 28. Tomorrow is day 29. We are going to do a test tomorrow. The test, the exam. We're going to see if it works. If they allow me to do this. Streaming. Without showing the exam, but talking about my thinking. Hopefully they'll let me do that. If not, then I will catch you on the flip side of that, on the other side, and I'll talk about how it went and whether or not I passed. And until then, ta-ta for now. Enjoy the World Cup. We're rooting for Japan to go on through, so we'd like to see them at least tie Sweden. But a win would be nice. And yeah, we hope they go through the knockout stages. That would be very nice. So I'll see you all on day 29. Bye-bye.